Welcome to Sweet Dreams Storytelling, where we unwind, relax, and drift into dreamland. I'm your host, Mike, and I'm so glad you're joining me tonight. Let's get cozy and settle in. Story for this evening is our adaptation of a beautiful novel by L. Frank Baum, The Lost Princess of Oz. Chapter 1, The Vanishing Magic. In a quiet corner of the magical land of Oz, where the sky was always a friendly blue and the trees sang softly when the wind passed through their leaves, something very strange happened. It was morning, and Glinda the Good, the wisest and kindest sorceress in all of Oz, awoke in her beautiful ruby-red palace, nestled among rose gardens and shimmering fountains. Her room glowed gently from the sunlight pouring through crystal windows, and birds chirped sweetly just outside. Glinda stretched, yawned, and smiled. It was the kind of morning where everything felt right. But when Glinda stepped into her magic chamber, the special room where she kept her powerful spells, wands, and enchanted books, her smile faded. The room was empty. Her great book of knowledge, which always told her the truth, was gone. Her magical scepter, which glowed when danger was near, was missing. Even the silver mirror that whispered secrets was nowhere to be seen. She blinked, then she looked again. Nothing, not a single magical tool remained. For a moment, Glinda just stood there, very still. Then she turned slowly and walked to her golden bell and rang it once. Ding. In seconds, her attendants came, graceful girls in flowing dresses, their eyes wide with curiosity. "Yes, Lady Glinda," one of them asked. "Fetch my sky scroll," Glinda said calmly, though her heart was racing. The sky scroll was a special map that showed everything happening in Oz. But even the sky scroll wouldn't show what she needed to know. Something was wrong. Not just with her palace, with Oz itself. Far away, in the Emerald City, something else had happened during the night. Princess Ozma, the beloved ruler of Oz, who was as wise as she was gentle, had vanished. No one had heard her leave. Her bed was perfectly made. Her crown still sat on its cushion. But she was gone, as if she'd simply faded into the air like mist. In the palace garden, Dorothy Gale was sitting on a bench when she heard the news. Her blue eyes widened with worry. "What do you mean she's gone?" Dorothy asked a royal guard. "She wouldn't leave without telling anyone. Ozma always says goodbye." The guard scratched his head. "She didn't leave by any door. It's like she just disappeared." Dorothy jumped to her feet and called for Toto, her small black dog. He came bounding out of a bush, barked twice, and wagged his tail. "Come on, boy," Dorothy whispered. "Something's not right." She ran to find the Wizard of Oz, hoping he might have answers. But when she told him what had happened, even the wizard looked pale. "We must act quickly," he said, adjusting his pointed hat. "When magic vanishes and Ozma disappears, it means something dark is stirring, something we've never faced before." And so, as the sun rose higher in the sky, and the gentle wind carried whispers of worry across the land, a new adventure was about to begin. It would take courage, it would take cleverness, and most of all, it would take friendship. But Dorothy didn't know all that just yet. She only knew one thing for sure: she had to find Ozma, no matter what. Chapter 2, Dorothy's Worry. The Emerald City sparkled as it always did, its towers gleaming like green gems in the morning sunlight, its streets lined with emerald bricks that twinkled with every step. But that day, the sparkle seemed just a little dimmer. Dorothy Gale, the brave little girl from Kansas who now lived in Oz, felt a strange fluttering in her heart. It wasn't the wind or excitement or even one of the city's ticklish butterflies. It was worry. She sat in her favorite garden, beneath a tree, with silvery leaves that chimed like bells whenever the breeze touched them. Toto was nearby, chasing butterflies and barking happily. But Dorothy couldn't enjoy it. Not today. She kept looking toward the tall palace where Princess Ozma lived. Something was wrong. She could feel it. Just then, a royal messenger in a green uniform came hurrying down the path. His face was pale and serious. "Dorothy," he said with a slight bow, "Princess Ozma is missing." Dorothy stood up so fast that she nearly knocked over the garden bench. "Missing?" she echoed. "No, that can't be right. Maybe she just went for a walk. Or she's visiting Glinda." The messenger shook his head slowly. Her bed wasn't slept in. Her crown and sash are still there. No guards saw her leave. She's just gone. Dorothy looked down at Toto, who had stopped barking and was now watching her closely. His ears were perked, and he gave a quiet little whine. He could feel her worry too. Without another word, Dorothy grabbed her blue sun hat from the bench and marched straight to the wizard's chamber in the palace tower. The Wizard of Oz was a clever man, though not quite as magical as people once thought. He wore a tall hat with stars on it and had spectacles that made his eyes look twice as big. When Dorothy burst in, he was peering into a swirling ball of smoke and muttering to himself. She didn't wait for him to finish. "Ozma's gone," she said, her voice trembling. "Really gone? What are we going to do?" The wizard turned slowly. He could see the fear in Dorothy's eyes, and he felt it too. "I know," he said softly, "and something tells me she didn't go willingly." He led Dorothy to a large table where magical maps and twinkling instruments lay scattered. "I've been trying to find her using my best tools," he said, "but it's as if she's vanished from the whole land of Oz. I even tried calling her with my thought mirror, but nothing." Dorothy's hands curled into small fists. "Then we have to go look for her. We can't just sit here waiting." The wizard nodded. "You're right, and I think we should gather our best friends. Everyone who's ever helped save Oz before. This might be our hardest journey yet." Dorothy's heart thumped. She knew exactly who to call. The Scarecrow, the Tin Woodman, the Cowardly Lion, Scraps the Patchwork Girl, and maybe even Button Bright, if they could find him. Ozma had always been there for them. She ruled with kindness and never asked for anything in return. Now it was their turn to be there for her. That night, as the moon rose over the Emerald City, Dorothy packed a small satchel. She put in clean handkerchiefs, a flashlight given to her by the wizard, and a photograph of Ozma that made her feel strong. She kissed Toto on the head and whispered, "Tomorrow we start. We're going to bring Ozma home." Toto gave a tiny bark, as if to say, "Of course we are." Outside, the stars blinked gently, as if they too were waiting for Dorothy and her friends to begin their quest to find the lost Princess of Oz. Chapter 3: A Map and a Journey. The next morning, the Emerald City hummed with quiet excitement. Not the happy kind that comes with parties and parades, but the kind that whispered of mysteries and adventures about to begin. Dorothy rose early. She wore her sturdy blue dress, with white trim, the one she always wore when something important was happening. She tied her hair in neat braids and packed a small bag with care, a few biscuits wrapped in cloth, a little water bottle, her lucky charm from Glinda, and of course Toto's favorite chew toy, a squeaky red slipper, that bounced at her heels, already eager. He didn't know all the details, but he knew they were off on a journey, and that was enough to make his tail wag. Down in the palace courtyard, Dorothy met the wizard, who stood waiting beside a large table made of green marble. On it lay something glowing faintly, a scroll made of star-dusted parchment. "This," said the wizard, unrolling the shimmering scroll, "is the magic map of Oz. It's ancient, older than the Emerald City itself. It shows not only the roads and rivers of Oz, but also where magic stirs and whispers." Dorothy leaned in close. The map sparkled under her gaze. Mountains rose and sank, forest rustled, and little lights blinked here and there like fireflies. "There," the wizard pointed. "See that flicker in the west? It's near the Winky Country. That's where something odd is happening. The map never flickers unless magic is moving. I think it might be connected to Ozma's disappearance." Dorothy nodded. "Then that's where we'll go first." Just then, a loud clank and a friendly voice called out, "Wait for me, friends." It was the Tin Woodman, shining brightly under the morning sun. His heart-shaped clock ticked merrily as he approached, holding a polished axe across his shoulder. "Wherever you go, I go," he said with a metallic grin. "Ozma is dear to all of us." Right behind him came the Scarecrow, wobbling slightly as he walked. He tipped his hat and said with a wink, "I may be full of straw, but I've got brains enough to know something strange is going on." And then, thud, 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 the Cowardly Lion padded up, shaking his mane. "I don't like mysterious disappearances," he growled, "but I dislike sitting around doing nothing even more." Dorothy felt her heart swell. Her friends, brave, loyal, and a little silly, were ready to help. She smiled. "Thank you all. We'll find Ozma together. The wizard carefully rolled up the magic map and tucked it into a glowing satchel. There's one more friend we might want to find, he said. Scraps the patchwork girl. She's unpredictable, but her wild ideas sometimes work better than magic. So, with the sun climbing high and the sky painted in soft blue and gold, the group began their journey westward. Dorothy, Toto, the Tin Woodman, the Scarecrow, the Cowardly Lion, and the Wizard of Oz. They followed a twisting road out of the Emerald City, waving to the citizens who stood along the streets, cheering gently and holding signs that read, "Find our princess, and we believe in you." The road led them past meadows, where the grass giggled under their feet, and streams that told stories in their bubbling voices. Dorothy looked ahead with determination. They didn't know what they'd find in the west. They didn't know who had taken Ozma, or why. But they knew one thing. They were not turning back. And so the search for the lost princess began, step by magical step. Chapter 4. Into the Forest. The green and gold road led the friends farther and farther from the shining Emerald City, across sunny hills and through fields of tall grass that tickled their ankles. The sun was warm on their faces, and the breeze smelled like wildflowers and honey. Dorothy held Toto gently in her arms as they walked, occasionally setting him down to sniff and scamper ahead. The Tin Woodman's joints squeaked cheerfully. The Scarecrow chatted with the wizard about cloud shapes, and the Cowardly Lion hummed a little song, deep and low like a purring lullaby. Soon the open land gave way to something much grander and older, a vast forest with trees so tall they touched the sky. Their leaves rustled like secrets being told from branch to branch. Sunlight filtered through in soft golden rays, painting the forest floor with patches of light. "This is the Misty Oak Forest," said the wizard, peering at the map. "It's not dangerous, just old. Very, very old. The trees here have long memories." Dorothy looked up, wide-eyed. Some of the trees did seem to be watching, not in a scary way, but like wise old guardians. "They look like they've seen a lot of stories," she whispered. "They have," said the Scarecrow, nodding seriously. "Some of them remember the very first rainbow, one told me once." The forest path curled gently forward, soft underfoot with moss and fallen leaves. Little butterflies danced in the air, not just any butterflies, but glittering ones, with wings like stained glass. One landed on the tip of Toto's nose. He sneezed, then barked, and the butterfly flitted away, giggling. Further along, they passed a tree with a door carved into its trunk. The door had tiny handles, and a little sign that read, "Please knock twice, then sing." "Let's not disturb them," Dorothy giggled, imagining what kind of creature lived inside. The group walked deeper into the woods, where the trees grew closer together, and everything felt hush-hush and magical. The wizard's hat lit up slightly at the brim, a sign that unseen magic was nearby. "Something's passed through here recently," he murmured. "Can you feel it? The air is watching us." "I feel it too," Dorothy said softly. "It's like someone's listening." Suddenly, a low whistle echoed through the trees. Not a scary whistle, more like a soft song. Then, without warning, a branch above them bent down slowly, not falling, just curving gently, and a single leaf floated down into Dorothy's hand. It shimmered silver and gold. The Scarecrow leaned over. "That's a forest gift. The trees are welcoming us. That means we're on the right path." They all smiled, even the Cowardly Lion, who let out a great sigh of relief. Just as they turned a bend in the path, they found something curious. A set of footprints, pressed into the soft moss, not made by shoes, but by tiny bare feet. They were smaller than Dorothy's hand, and shimmered faintly in the light. "Someone magical passed this way," said the wizard. "Maybe not long ago." He sniffed the footprints and wagged his tail. Dorothy's heart beat faster. Do you think it could be Ozma? No one was sure, but it was the first real sign they'd found. Night began to creep over the forest, painting the sky deep violet and pinning stars to the sky like glittering buttons. The friends decided to make camp under a tall tree that hummed when the wind passed through its leaves. The Tin Woodman stood guard while the others snuggled up in soft blankets. Toto curled up at Dorothy's side, and she looked up at the stars peeking through the treetops. "Where are you, Ozma?" she whispered. And somewhere far, far away, carried by the breeze, a voice not quite heard, more felt than heard, whispered back, "I'm waiting." Chapter 5. The Donkey Prince. Morning came softly to the misty oak forest. The trees stretched in the dawn breeze, shaking off the dew like sleepy giants, and birds chirped bright good morning songs. The sunlight made everything sparkle, the leaves, the mossy ground, even the dew on Toto's whiskers as he yawned and blinked awake. Dorothy rubbed her eyes, stretched, and smiled. The warm smell of forest earth and fresh leaves filled the air. The Cowardly Lion was still snoring gently, curled up like a golden rug. The Tin Woodman stood nearby, shiny as ever. He never slept, but he always made sure the others did so peacefully. "Today," said the wizard as he stirred a small pot of warm berry porridge, "we follow those footprints. They might just lead us to someone who knows what happened to Ozma." After breakfast, the group packed up their blankets and continued deeper into the forest. The magical footprints sparkled faintly ahead of them, winding like a trail of fairy dust. Soon the trees began to thin, and the path opened into a wide clearing filled with soft green grass. But it wasn't empty. At the very center stood a small, tidy cottage made of stone, with a roof of golden straw. A crooked chimney puffed out little clouds that smelled like cinnamon, and in front of the cottage, reading a book while sitting on a very fancy pillow, was a donkey. Yes, a real, proper donkey. He had a light grey coat, wise brown eyes, and wore a tiny silver crown perched right between his long ears. A velvet cape was fastened around his neck, and his tail swished thoughtfully as he turned the page with his nose. Dorothy stopped and blinked. "Well, a donkey with a crown." The donkey looked up and smiled politely. "Why, yes," he said in a deep and thoughtful voice. "I am a donkey, but not just any donkey. I am Prince Pompadour of Dunkeaton, heir to the royal stables, first hoof of the Royal Hay Council, and reader of fine books." He stood and bowed quite gracefully for a donkey. The Scarecrow clapped his hands in delight. A talking donkey and a prince. What a delightful surprise. Dorothy curtsied, trying not to giggle. "I'm Dorothy, and this is the wizard, the Tin Woodman, the Scarecrow, the Cowardly Lion, and my little dog Toto. We're looking for our dear friend Ozma. She's missing." Prince Pompadour's ears twitched. "Ozma?" he said. "That's very troubling news indeed. She once sent my kingdom a fine golden rake for our royal gardens. I like her quite a lot." He trotted over and looked at the glowing footprints on the forest path. He said, examining them. "Those are the prints of someone with magic in their bones, possibly fairy-born. And look, there's a second set, very faint, bigger, heavier. I believe someone is following the small one." The wizard leaned down beside him. "You have quite the eye for details, Your Highness." Prince Pompadour puffed out his chest, or rather his shoulders, proudly. "I read many mystery books in my cottage, and I know this forest like the back of my hoof. If Ozma is out there, I'd like to help you find her." Dorothy smiled brightly. "We'd be glad to have you with us." So Prince Pompadour packed a small saddlebag with apples, maps, and a tiny monocle he used for reading, and joined the group. He walked with grace, his crown never once falling off his head, even when Toto jumped up to sniff it. Together, they followed the trail once more, the sun shining through the trees and the forest humming softly around them. Dorothy looked at her new friend and thought, "It's funny how in Oz, even a donkey can turn out to be a prince and a hero." And somewhere, not too far ahead, the footprints kept twinkling, leading them onward toward a land where magic had gone missing, and Ozma still waited to be found. Chapter 6. Enchanted Footprints. The enchanted footprints led the travelers farther into the woods, beyond the tall trees and into a place where the air shimmered just a little, like heat rising from a summer road, even though the breeze was cool and gentle. Dorothy, walking beside Prince Pompadour, noticed something odd. The footprints that had been so clear before were starting to sparkle more brightly now, like tiny stars pressed into the mossy ground. The wizard knelt and studied them with his glowing spectacles. "They are magical, all right," he said, "but something's changed. They aren't just footprints anymore, they're enchanted." The Scarecrow tilted his head thoughtfully. "Maybe they're trying to show us something," Just then, Toto barked and darted ahead. The group followed quickly and came to a curious spot, a perfect circle in the forest clearing, filled with footprints swirling around and around. Not in a straight path, but like a slow, gentle dance. "What in Oz?" muttered the Tin Woodman. Prince Pompadour sniffed the air. "There's magic here. I can feel it. Old and strange." Dorothy stepped carefully into the circle. As soon as her foot touched the center, the air sparkled just a little, and a quiet voice seemed to hum in the trees. Not a voice anyone could really hear, more like a feeling, like a lullaby, in your heart. Dorothy looked down. These footprints, they're not just where someone walked, they're where someone cast a spell. The wizard's eyes widened behind his spectacles. Yes, someone was using these steps to create magic, like writing in the air, only with their feet. The Cowardly Lion's tail swished nervously. "Do you think they were dancing Ozma away?" "No," said Dorothy softly. "I think Ozma was leaving signs. Maybe she was trying to tell us something." She crouched and touched one glowing footprint. It was warm, not hot, just gentle, like the sun on a window pane. And suddenly, in her mind, she saw a flicker of something. A hand reaching out, a silver glimmer, and a voice whispering, "Follow where the light grows brighter." Dorothy gasped and stood. "I saw something, just for a second." The wizard looked amazed. "Then there's no doubt, Ozma was here, and she used her magic to mark the trail." The Scarecrow nodded. "She's clever, that one. Even if someone tried to take her, she found a way to leave a trail." Toto barked once more and dashed ahead. The group hurried after him, and sure enough, the sparkling footprints began again, brighter now, and leading out of the circle toward the edge of the forest. "Come on," said Dorothy. "We're getting closer." "I know we are." As they followed the trail, the trees began to change. They grew taller and closer together. Their trunks shimmered faintly, and little lantern-shaped flowers hung from their branches, glowing softly in every color of the rainbow. Prince Pompadour looked around and murmured, "We're entering a magical borderland. These woods weren't on my map." Just ahead, the glowing trail paused beside a wide, shimmering river. Not just any river, but one made of water so clear, the moonlight reflected in it, even during the day. Strange fish darted beneath the surface, and on the far shore, mist curled and floated upward like steam from a teacup. Dorothy looked across. "Do you think Ozma crossed it?" "I think," said the wizard. "We'll have to find a way over, and soon." They stood in silence for a moment, watching the gentle river and listening to the hum of magic in the air. Somewhere beyond the mist, Ozma was waiting, and her trail, glowing like stardust, wasn't finished yet. Chapter 7: The Curious River. The river before them sparkled like a ribbon made of moonlight, even though the sun was still shining in the sky. It flowed silently, its surface so smooth it reflected the trees and sky like a mirror. But it wasn't just a pretty river. No, this one was strange. Dorothy stared at it with wide eyes. "It's like it's not really water at all," she whispered. "It looks enchanted." The wizard knelt at the bank and dipped the tip of his finger into the glowing stream. He quickly pulled it back and blinked. "Well," he said thoughtfully, shaking the water from his hand, "that wasn't wet." The Tin Woodman leaned over to look. "Not wet?" "No," the wizard replied, scratching his chin. "It feels more like velvet, or clouds, or a dream." Toto barked and stepped closer to the edge. But just as he dipped one paw into the river, his eyes grew heavy, and he gave a big yawn. "Uh-oh," Dorothy cried, scooping him up quickly. "Don't fall asleep now, Toto." The wizard nodded. "That explains it. This river doesn't just carry water, it carries dreams. Anyone who touches it starts to feel very, very sleepy." The Cowardly Lion shivered. "A river that makes you sleep? What if you fall in? What if you dream forever and forget to wake up?" "That's why we'll be careful," said Dorothy, gently stroking Toto's ears until he perked up again. "We just need to figure out how to get across without touching the water." Prince Pompadour stepped forward, his hooves clinking softly on the smooth pebbles near the shore. He squinted across the river. "There's a little dock over there, see?" he said, pointing with one hoof. "And look, a boat." Sure enough, nestled beneath a willow tree on the opposite shore, a small boat floated quietly, tied to a post with a golden rope. It bobbed gently, waiting. The scarecrow tilted his head. But how do we get to it? Perhaps, said the wizard, we summon it. He pulled from his satchel a tiny silver whistle shaped like a seashell. He held it to his lips and blew, but no sound came out. Instead, a gentle vibration tickled the air, like a bell chiming underwater. The boat lifted its rope, untied itself from the post, and began to glide across the river all by itself. It moved slowly and silently, as if it had all the time in the world. When it reached their side of the river, it came to a stop, perfectly still. The boat was carved from pale blue wood, with cushions as soft as clouds inside and lanterns that glowed without flames. Dorothy and the others stepped in carefully, making sure not to touch the water. Prince Pompadour sat very straight, as only a royal donkey could, and the Cowardly Lion curled up in the back like a golden rug. The moment they were all aboard, the boat began to glide forward. No one spoke for a while. The only sound was the gentle shh of the river beneath them, and the quiet plink of dream drops falling from willow leaves into the water. Dorothy blinked. Her eyes grew heavy. The boat felt like a cradle, and the lanterns swayed gently above. I feel sleepy, she murmured. Stay awake, the wizard said gently. Everyone hum something. A tune. Anything to keep our minds sharp. So they hummed. Soft little songs they remembered from home. The Cowardly Lion hummed a lullaby his mother used to sing in the jungle. The Tin Woodman made a clicking rhythm by tapping his metal fingers. Prince Pompadour softly recited poetry about moonbeams and meadows, and Dorothy sang a sweet, slow version of Over the Rainbow that made everyone smile. At last, the boat touched the opposite shore with a soft bump. The moment Dorothy stepped off, she felt clear-headed again. The sleepiness vanished, like mist in the morning sun. They helped her tow out, who gave a grateful bark and shook himself as if to say, no more nap boats for me. Before they left, the boat gave a little bow. Yes, the boat bowed, then turned quietly and drifted back across the river, vanishing into the mist once more. Where are we now? Asked Dorothy. The wizard consulted his map. Beyond the river is a land that doesn't appear in most books. It's called the Valley of Whispering Winds. And if we're lucky, it may hold the next clue to where Ozma has gone. And so they continued on, deeper into unknown lands, their hearts full of hope and wonder, and their dreams safely left behind on the curious river that sang them across. Chapter 8. The Playful Bunnies. The land beyond the dreamy river was like something from a picture book. The trees here were smaller and rounder, with soft white blossoms that fluttered to the ground like snowflakes. The grass was velvety green, and little tufts of clover dotted the path. A warm breeze carried the scent of vanilla and sunshine. As the travelers walked through the peaceful valley, they heard a new sound, a soft giggle, then another and another. Dorothy stopped and looked around. Did you hear that? Toto's ears perked up. He sniffed the air, then let out a single friendly bark. From behind a flowering bush, a small fluffy head popped out, white as a marshmallow and round as a puffball. It had long ears, bright eyes, and wore a tiny bow tie. It was a bunny, a talking one. Hello, the bunny said, giving a polite little bow. Welcome to Bunnybury. My name is Marshmallow. You must be travelers. We are, Dorothy said with a warm smile. We're looking for our friend Ozma. Have you seen or heard anything unusual around here? Oh, said Marshmallow, tapping a paw to his chin. Unusual things happen all the time in Bunnybury, especially on Tuesdays. But today isn't a Tuesday, it's a muffin day. Would you care for a snack? Before Dorothy could reply, dozens of bunnies popped up from behind bushes, out of hollow logs, and even down from flower-covered tree houses. Each wore a little bow, scarf, or hat. Some carried trays with cupcakes. Others held tiny teacups filled with steaming carrot chamomile tea. One very round bunny with a crown introduced herself as Duchess Nibbles. It's not every day we have visitors from the Emerald City, she said, hopping in excitement. Please join us for a muffin and a moment. The Cowardly Lion blinked. Is this a trap? It seems too cute. The Scarecrow leaned toward him. Sometimes kindness really is just kindness. So, the friends settled into low mushroom-shaped stools at a long table under a glittering canopy of vines and blossoms. They were served fresh-baked muffins, lemon blueberry, pumpkin spice, and dandelion crumble, warm root tea, and tiny honey cakes shaped like stars. Prince Pompadour, being royal himself, was particularly delighted. Such exquisite hospitality, he said, sipping delicately from a carrot-shaped cup. Dorothy smiled, enjoying the peaceful moment. But after a while, she leaned toward Duchess Nibbles. "We're looking for clues," she said gently. "Our friend Ozma is missing, and the trail we followed led us here. Have you seen anything strange? Maybe someone with a crooked hat or a magical sparkle around them?" The Duchess twitched her nose thoughtfully. "Well," she said, "there was a stranger who passed through the valley just yesterday. He was very quiet, didn't stop for muffins, and left behind a bit of a chill in the air." Marshmallow nodded. "He wore dark robes and muttered to himself. We didn't stop him. He didn't seem like the muffin type." The wizard's eyes lit up. "That is strange, and I don't like the sound of muttering." "Which way did he go?" Dorothy asked. Duchess Nibbles pointed with a dainty paw. "Toward the blue hills. You'll find the path past the old windmill. Follow the whispering grass." Before they left, the bunnies gave each of them a parting gift. A warm scarf for the Tin Woodman. He didn't feel cold, but he looked quite stylish. A basket of snacks for Dorothy and Toto. A map made of pressed leaves for the wizard. And a tiny crown-shaped cookie for Prince Pompadour, which he politely declined but took for later. As they waved goodbye and stepped onto the path beyond Bunnybury, the bunnies all sang a cheerful song, their voices soft as flutes in the wind. "May your paws stay dry, may your path stay clear. May the stars light the way when the night is near. If you find what is lost, please come say hello, and we'll save your muffin wherever you go." Dorothy smiled as they walked on. The kindness of the bunnies warmed her heart, but the mystery was deepening. Who was the stranger? Why had he come this way? And were they finally getting closer to Ozma? They would find out soon, but for now, the sun shone down on their path, and the meadow grass whispered gently beneath their feet. Chapter 9. Button Bright's Secret. The path from Bunnybury led gently uphill, winding through tall grasses that whispered when the wind passed over them. Soft, sibilant words like "hurry now" and "this way." Dorothy and her friends followed closely, the blue hills rising in the distance like sleeping giants wrapped in mist. Tota trotted ahead, nose to the ground. The wizard walked with the map of pressed leaves, checking it against the path. Prince Pompadour wore his tiny crown slightly tilted, deep in thought. The Scarecrow, who always liked a good chat, was telling the Cowardly Lion a story about a butterfly who thought it was a dragon. But it was Dorothy who noticed something first. Up ahead, nestled between two tall rocks, was a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground, drawing in the dirt with a stick. He had tousled blonde hair, a sky-blue jacket that looked well-traveled, and a thoughtful look in his eyes. Tota barked once, and the boy looked up. "Button Bright!" Dorothy gasped, breaking into a run. The boy smiled slowly, as if waking from a dream. "Hello, Dorothy." Dorothy gave him a big hug. Button Bright was one of her oldest friends in Oz. Quiet, clever, and always a little mysterious. He had a way of appearing at just the right moment, though no one ever quite knew how or why. "We've been looking for Ozma," she said. "Have you heard anything?" Button Bright stood and brushed off his pants. "Maybe. Maybe not." He looked up at the clouds. "Depends what you believe." The Tin Woodman raised an eyebrow. "Well, that's cryptic." Button Bright grinned. "I've been following a sound. A hum. Like a lullaby that never ends. It's not loud, just always there, like something calling from far away. It started the same night Ozma disappeared." Dorothy leaned closer. "Do you think the sound is connected to her?" "I do," said Button Bright. "And I think whoever took her is using something old and powerful. Something even the magic map doesn't show." The wizard looked intrigued. "Where did the sound come from last?" Button Bright pointed toward the blue hills. "There's a hidden valley just beyond the first ridge. I heard the hum echoing from inside a cave shaped like a crescent moon. I didn't go in, not without friends." "Well," said the Cowardly Lion, trying to sound brave, "you've got friends now." Button Bright's smile softened. "Good, because there's something else. I found this." He reached into his coat and pulled out a small, glowing ribbon. delicate and green as spring grass. It shimmered faintly in the light. Dorothy gasped. "That's Ozma's. She wears that in her hair every day." "I found it caught on a thorn bush just below the hill," said Button Bright. "So whatever happened to her, she came this way." Everyone stood quietly for a moment, staring at the ribbon. It was the first real piece of Ozma they had found. Dorothy clutched it gently to her chest. "Then we have to keep going. She needs us." "Then let's follow the Hume," said Button Bright. "It's leading to something important. I can feel it." And so they climbed the slope of the first blue hill, the grass brushing against their legs, and the sky beginning to turn the soft lavender of afternoon. Somewhere up ahead, hidden beneath rocks and mystery, was a cave with secrets and perhaps the first glimpse of Ozma's trail. As they walked, the wind whispered again, but this time it didn't say hurry or this way. It said something new. "She remembers you. She is waiting." Dorothy squeezed Toto a little closer. They were getting closer now. She could feel it. Chapter 10, Into Herculand. As the sun dipped lower behind the blue hills, the sky turned a lovely mixture of soft gold and deep lavender. Dorothy and her friends reached the top of a gentle rise and paused, taking in the view. Below them stretched a quiet valley, not as green as Bunnybury or as magical as the Whispering Woods, but still beautiful in its own way. Rolling fields dotted with giant boulders lay spread before them, and on the far side stood a curious village built of smooth, stone cubes. Every house looked like it had been carved by hand, strong, square, and solid. Toto barked once, his ears up. A wooden sign at the side of the path read in bold, blocky letters, "Welcome to Herculand of Strength and Silence." "Herco," murmured the wizard. "I've read about this place. The people here are known for their strength, not just of muscle, but of heart. They don't speak much, but they're wise in quiet ways." The Scarecrow tilted his head. "Sounds like a peaceful sort of place." "It is," said Button Bright. "I've been here before, a long time ago. They use enchanted strength powder not for fighting, but for lifting, building, and helping. They might know something about the magic that took Ozma." As they stepped into the village, the friends noticed something unusual. Everyone they saw was strong. Really strong. Not big and bulky, but quietly powerful. A little girl lifted a basket of apples that looked heavier than Dorothy. An old man was balancing 3 boulders while sipping tea. And not a single one of them was shouting or rushing or frowning. Everyone moved slowly and calmly, as if time didn't hurry in Hercu. A tall woman with braided silver hair approached them. She wore a cloak of woven vines and had kind eyes. "Welcome, travelers," she said softly. "I am Shoma, the keeper of Hercu. We felt your arrival coming." Dorothy stepped forward, holding Ozma's green ribbon. "Our friend is missing. Princess Ozma of Oz. We've been following a magical trail, and we think someone may have used powerful spells to take her. We hoped you might have seen or sensed anything unusual." Shoma's expression grew serious. She took the ribbon gently and closed her eyes. After a long moment, she opened them and nodded. "Yes, a shadow passed through here, not 2 days ago. He wore a dark cloak and walked without leaving footprints. He asked no questions, but our stones whispered that he carried stolen power." The wizard leaned in. "Do you know where he went?" "He traveled west," Shoma said, "toward the Hollow Hill, where echoes never die. It's an ancient place full of forgotten spells and sleeping magic. We rarely go near it." Dorothy's heart pounded. "Do you think he took Ozma there?" Shoma handed the ribbon back. "Perhaps, but you must be careful. The Hollow Hill does not welcome visitors. It listens, it remembers, and sometimes it keeps what it finds." Dorothy shivered, but held her head high. "Then we'll go. We have to. We have to. Ozma needs us." Before they left, Shoma led them to the village well, where a golden bowl of strength powder shimmered in the sunlight. It smelled like morning rain and glowing stars. "Take some," she said, "just a pinch. It won't make you stronger forever, just strong enough to do what must be done." Each traveler stepped forward and dipped a finger into the bowl. The powder tingled and disappeared into their skin. Suddenly, everyone felt a little steadier, a little braver, and a little more sure of themselves. Even Toto wagged his tail with extra confidence. As they stepped away from Herco, the village hummed behind them, a song without words, made of stillness and strength. They followed a narrow path west, the sky now painted in shades of twilight blue, and far ahead, just beginning to rise from the ground like a sleeping giant's shoulder, stood a dark and craggy hill, the Hollow Hill. Dorothy didn't know what they'd find inside it, but she knew Ozma might be closer than ever. Chapter 11. The Hollow Hill. The sun had nearly set by the time Dorothy and her friends reached the edge of the Hollow Hill. It was not like the other hills in Oz, bright, gentle, or covered with flowers. No, the Hollow Hill looked ancient. It sloped high and wide, but with no trees or grass on its surface. Its grey stones jutted out like broken teeth, and wisps of fog drifted around its sides even though no clouds hung in the sky. A single narrow path wound up the hill, lined with twisted roots that looked like sleeping snakes. But there was no wind, no bird song, no evening crickets. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. "I don't like this," whispered the Cowardly Lion. "It feels like the whole hill is listening." "It is," said Button Bright quietly. "The Hollow Hill is full of memories, echoes of spells, voices that never left. If someone brought magic here, the hill would remember." Dorothy stepped forward, holding Toto close. "Then we'd better be polite," she said, "and very, very careful." They began to climb the winding path, their feet crunching softly on gravel. Each step echoed, not just once, but again and again, far deeper and longer than it should have. When they reached the top, they found a smooth, round stone door nestled in the face of the hill. No handles, no hinges, just a ring of ancient symbols carved around its edge. In the center, a hollow, the wizard stepped forward. "This is no ordinary door," he said. "It needs more than a key. It needs a memory." Dorothy looked puzzled. "A memory?" "Yes," he said. "It's made of spellstone. To open it, someone must offer something the hill can remember, a moment from the heart." For a long moment, no one moved. Then Prince Pompadour stepped forward and cleared his throat. "I remember," he said, "when I first learned to speak. The court laughed, because I was a donkey. But Ozma didn't. She listened. She said my voice mattered." As he finished speaking, the symbols around the door glowed faintly, just for a second, and then faded. Next came the Tin Woodman. "I remember when Ozma gave me my heart," he said softly. "Not just a ticking one, but a heart that feels." A second glow, warmer this time. Then the Scarecrow stepped up. "I remember when she told me I had wisdom all along, not because of my brains, but because I always cared." A third glow, pulsing like a heartbeat. Finally, Dorothy stepped forward. She placed her hand on the stone. "I remember Ozma welcoming me when I first came to Oz. She didn't see me as a stranger. She saw me as a friend, and I love her for that." The stone shimmered all over, not bright, but soft and golden, like candlelight through honey. Then, with a long, slow rumble, the door began to open. Inside, the air was cool and deep. A long tunnel stretched downward into the heart of the hill. Glowing crystals lit the walls, and the air buzzed faintly with old magic. They stepped inside, one by one, their footsteps quiet now. The stone door slowly sealed behind them, and the light of the outside world disappeared. Deeper and deeper they walked, until they came to a large cavern. In the center stood a circle of stone pillars, and between them floated objects, small, glimmering, silent. Rings, keys, feathers, silver leaves, tiny shoes, each one spinning slowly in the air. "What is this place?" whispered Dorothy. "A memory chamber," said the wizard, in awe. "These are magical relics, objects with strong feelings attached. Some could be harmless, some could be dangerous." Just then, Toto let out a soft growl. He padded toward one of the floating objects, a silver comb, and barked gently. Dorothy followed, heart pounding. As she reached out, her fingers brushed the comb, and zing, a wave of warmth and light filled the chamber. A voice echoed in the air, soft, regal, and clear. "I am still here," Dorothy gasped. "That was Ozma." "She's close," said Button Bright. "I know it. This place has kept part of her, maybe more, but they had to be cautious now. If Ozma had hidden something here, so had whoever took her." And though the hollow hill had opened to them with kindness, it might not be so gentle if disturbed. They would have to move carefully and trust in their friendship, their hearts, and the light Ozma had left behind. Chapter 12. Uga the Showmaker. The inside of the hollow hill was like a dream folded into stone. As Dorothy and her friends moved deeper into the cavern, the walls began to glow softly, first gold, then violet, then a shimmering silver. The air grew warmer. The tunnel twisted. And then, just beyond a glowing archway carved with ancient runes, they found it. A room? No, a chamber, made entirely of glass and light. Crystals sparkled from the ceiling like icicles, casting reflections across the walls. In the very center of the chamber stood a tall pedestal, and behind it, a figure. He was wrapped in a long robe of midnight blue, stitched with stars and moons. His hair was wild and dark, and his eyes gleamed like storm clouds. In his hand he held a wand made from twisted iron and thornwood. He turned slowly to face them. "Ah," he said, with a voice as soft as it was sharp. "I was wondering when you'd arrive." Dorothy took a step forward. "Are you Ugo, the showmaker?" The man gave a slow, sly smile. "Indeed, though these days I am much more than a humble shoemaker." The scarecrow frowned. "Last we heard, you lived in a quiet little town, fixing boots and making slippers." "I did," Ugo replied, "and I was ignored, forgotten, passed over for others. No one asked me to join royal councils or learn great magic. But I watched, I listened, I studied." He waved his wand, and a cloud of silvery mist swirled around him. "I discovered spells that even Glinda keeps hidden. I learned how to steal magic without leaving a trace. And when I saw how much Ozma had, how much power she carried in her little crown and gentle smile, I decided it was time to take it." Dorothy stood tall. "You took Ozma?" Uga smiled again, this time with a flicker of pride. "She was the key to it all. So I found a way to trap her magic and hide her far away. Her power is mine now. With it, I could remake Oz as it should be, ruled not by kindness, but strength." "But you're wrong," said the Tin Woodman, stepping forward. "Kindness is strength." "She never ruled by fear," added Prince Pompadour. "She ruled by trust, and that's why she was loved." Toto barked, a sharp, defiant little yip. Ugo raised his wand, but the wizard stepped up and held out a glowing charm from Glinda's satchel. "You can't win, Ugo," the wizard said firmly. "Not against all of us, and not with stolen magic." For a moment, Ugo hesitated. His wand trembled. Then Dorothy stepped forward and did something unexpected. She didn't cast a spell, she didn't shout, she didn't even run. She simply reached into her pocket, pulled out Ozma's green ribbon, and held it out in her hand. "You don't need to take magic, Ugo," she said softly. "You just need to be seen. And we see you now." The ribbon shimmered in the chamber's light, glowing with warmth. Ugo stared at it. For a heartbeat, his eyes flickered. Not with anger, but with something else. Longing, sadness, maybe even shame. The light in his wand dimmed. Dorothy stepped closer. "You can do good with your magic. You still can. But you have to let her go." The room fell silent. The only sound was the soft hum of the glass walls. And then Ugu closed his eyes and lowered his wand. He stepped back from the pedestal, and with a wave of his hand, the crystals around the chamber dimmed. "I hid her," he whispered. "I turned her into something small, ordinary, to make her impossible to find." "Where is she?" Dorothy asked, heart pounding. Ugo pointed to the pedestal. "There," he said, "among the ornaments, but only her true friend will know which one." The group stepped forward. On the pedestal lay a velvet cloth, and resting on it were a dozen tiny trinkets. A pearl, a thimble, a silver bell, a carved stone heart, a leaf made of glass. Toto stepped forward first, sniffing each item. Then he paused, in front of a small pink seashell, no bigger than a button. He barked once. Dorothy picked it up carefully. The moment her fingers touched it, a warmth filled her hand, a softness, like sunshine and kindness wrapped together. "This is her," Dorothy whispered. "I know it is," the wizard nodded. "Then let's bring her back." He held out a small vial of Glinda's restoration powder, sprinkled it over the seashell, and whispered, "Return what was lost. Restore what is loved." There was a flash of light, soft and golden, and the seashell lifted from Dorothy's hands. It spun in the air, growing, changing, and then, before them, stood Ozma. Her gown shimmered like morning dew. Her crown glowed with gentle light. Her eyes opened slowly, and when she saw her friends, she smiled. "I knew you would find me," she said. Dorothy rushed to her side, hugging her tightly, and for the first time in many days, all of Oz felt whole again. Chapter 13. The Battle of Kindness. Ozma stood in the glowing chamber of the Hollow Hill, her crown shining like starlight, and her smile as warm as the morning sun. Her friends gathered around her: Dorothy, Toto, the Wizard, the Scarecrow, the Tin Woodman, the Cowardly Lion, Prince Pompadour, and Button Bright, their eyes filled with relief and joy. Dorothy held her hand tightly. "We missed you so much, and I missed all of you," Ozma replied softly. "I could feel you searching for me, even when I was small and silent. Your love reached me, even in that tiny seashell." Again, the shoemaker stood a short distance away, silent, his wand lowered. The spark of mischief and ambition that had danced in his eyes was gone now, replaced with something quieter, something heavier. He looked at Ozma, then at the ribbon Dorothy still held, the one that had once rested in Ozma's hair, and bowed his head. "I thought if I had your magic," he said quietly, "I would matter, that I could prove I was great. I never wanted to hurt you. I just wanted to be someone." Ozma stepped forward, graceful as a breeze. "You are someone, Uga, but power taken without kindness leaves nothing behind, only emptiness." Uga's eyes shimmered. "I was wrong." There was a long silence in the chamber. The others waited. Would Ozma banish him? Would she cast him out of Oz? But she didn't. Instead, Ozma did something very few rulers or even wizards would do. She offered her hand. "You have a gift, Uga," she said, "but it needs guidance. You're welcome in Oz, not as a shoemaker or a sorcerer, but as a student of peace." Ugi stared at her hand in disbelief. "After all I've done, you'd forgive me." Dorothy stepped beside Ozma. "That's how Oz works," she said gently. "We believe people can change, even if they've made mistakes." The Cowardly Lion nodded. "Courage isn't just for heroes. Sometimes it takes the most courage to start over." Slowly, Uga took Ozma's hand, and in that moment, something changed in the air. Not a crack or a crash, not a flash or a bang, but a soft sigh, like the hill itself was breathing easier. The magic that Uga had stolen lifted from his robes in soft streams of light, swirling gently through the chamber and returning to their rightful places. Ozma's crown, the wizard's map, Glinda's scrolls, the wand of truth, the mirror of memory. The Hollow Hill no longer felt heavy with secrets. It felt lighter, brighter, free. Ozma turned to the group. "Let's go home." So they made their way back through the winding tunnels, out into the moonlight, where the stars blinked cheerfully above them. The wind rustled the leaves in the trees and carried a soft scent of blooming night flowers. Toto trotted beside Dorothy, his little tail wagging happily. Uga walked a few steps behind the group, his head bowed, not in shame, but in quiet thought. No one rushed, no one scolded, and as they walked, Dorothy realized something. The greatest battle they had fought was not with wands or spells. It was with kindness, and they had won. Chapter 14. The Tiny Ornament. The stars shimmered gently as Dorothy and her friends left the Hollow Hill behind. The air outside was cool and sweet, and it felt as if the land itself was exhaling, as though Oz had been holding its breath and could finally rest. But although Ozma had been restored in body, her magic still felt dim. She walked beside Dorothy, graceful as ever, but there was a quietness to her, like a candle with a flame that hadn't quite returned. "I feel like I'm only half here," Ozma admitted gently, touching her chest, as though part of me is still asleep. The wizard furrowed his brow. "Ugi may have used a deeper binding spell, one that scattered part of your spirit across his magic, anchoring it somewhere else." Ugo, walking a few paces behind, nodded solemnly. "Yes, I hid her magic in an ornament. a small, enchanted trinket. It was meant to be impossible to find unless you knew exactly what to look for. Ozma's eyes softened. Then we must find it. I can't fully return to the throne until I'm whole. Dorothy turned to Ugu. Where is it? Ugu reached into his robe and pulled out a small glass box. No bigger than a teacup. Inside it were dozens of tiny objects, glittering ornaments, polished stones, miniature figurines, and trinkets shaped like stars, feathers, and bells. They sparkled like treasure and like a puzzle. One of these holds the last of her power, he said, but only someone who truly knows Ozma can choose the right one. Everyone gathered in a quiet clearing beneath a willow tree. The moonlight made the ornaments glow faintly, and each object seemed to shimmer with its own secret. The Scarecrow studied them carefully. So many looked the same. The Tin Woodman picked up a tiny silver heart, then shook his head. No, too cold. Prince Pompadour lifted a gold coin-shaped charm. Feels hollow, he murmured. Dorothy crouched beside the box. She didn't look with her eyes, not at first. She closed them and thought about all the moments she had shared with Ozma. Their quiet talks in the garden, the way Ozma always listened without interrupting, the way her presence felt like sunlight on a cloudy day. Dorothy opened her eyes. Slowly, she reached toward the back corner of the box. There, almost hidden beneath the others, was a tiny golden acorn. Simple, unpolished, but somehow warm to the touch. This one, Dorothy whispered. This is her. Ozma stepped forward. Are you sure? Dorothy nodded. You always said the smallest things can hold the most magic. You told me that an acorn can grow into a whole forest. That's who you are. Quiet, steady, and full of life. Ozma took the acorn into her hand. As soon as her fingers closed around it, a gentle wind rose around them. It smelled of roses and sunlight and new beginnings. Light streamed from the acorn in soft gold ribbons, curling around Ozma like a shawl. Her crown shimmered. Her eyes brightened. The wind swirled upward, not fierce but joyous, and the stars above sparkled a little brighter. Then all was still. Ozma opened her eyes. I'm whole again. Dorothy let out a breath. She didn't know she'd been holding. The others cheered softly, and Toto barked 3 happy barks in a row. I feel like I've come home, Ozma said. She turned to Ugu and looked at him not with anger, but with a calm kindness. Thank you for helping me finish the journey. Ugu bowed low. I have much to learn, but I'll try. And so, in the hush of moonlight, under the sheltering arms of a willow tree, the magic of Ozma and the heart of Oz itself was restored. But the journey wasn't quite finished yet. Tomorrow, they would return to the Emerald City, and the greatest celebration Oz had ever seen would begin. Chapter 15. Ozma returns. The journey back to the Emerald City began the very next morning. Sunlight spilled over the hills like warm honey, melting away the last of the shadows that had clung to the land since Ozma disappeared. Birds chirped cheerfully in the trees, and flowers swayed in the breeze like they were waving. Welcome back. Dorothy walked at Ozma's side, and though the path was long, their hearts were light. The wizard carried his map, rolled under one arm, now glowing cheerfully once more. The Scarecrow made up rhymes as they went, and the Tin Woodman hummed a tune that sounded like wind chimes in a warm breeze. Prince Pompadour trotted proudly behind them, while Button Bright walked quietly beside Toto, who darted happily between everyone's feet. Even Ugu, the showmaker, walked with the group, not as a prisoner, but as a companion, quiet and thoughtful, listening more than speaking. As they approached the Emerald City gates, a lookout from the tower saw them and rang the great welcome bell. Its sound floated across the hills like a silver trumpet. Soon the gates opened wide and the people of Oz poured into the streets, their faces shining with joy and tears. She's home, someone cried. Princess Ozma has returned. Hooray for Dorothy. Hooray for all of them. The streets of the Emerald City, always beautiful, now sparkled with magic. Flowers burst into bloom along every windowsill. Ribbons of every color fluttered from balconies and lantern poles. Even the golden pavement seemed to sing under their feet. Ozma lifted her hand and waved gently to her people. I have missed you all, she said, her voice ringing like wind through leaves. But thanks to these brave hearts, I have come back. not just whole, but wiser. She turned to her friends and smiled. Each of you saved me in your own way, with courage, with cleverness, with loyalty, and most of all, with kindness. Dorothy blushed but stood tall. We're just glad you're safe. The wizard stepped forward. Your throne awaits, your majesty. But Ozma shook her head gently. Today, there is no throne. Today, there is only celebration. Let the music play. And just like that, a great cheer rose through the city. Music filled the air, trumpets and violins, flutes and fiddles. Floating lights danced above the rooftops. Cakes were served on silver plates. Lemonade flowed from crystal fountains. There were balloons shaped like butterflies, and soft candies that sparkled on the tongue. Even Ugu was given a slice of blueberry pie and a quiet place to sit and watch. He looked overwhelmed, but not unwelcome. That evening, as the stars began to blink awake, a grand lantern festival lit the skies. Each person in the Emerald City released a glowing lantern into the air, one for every hope, every dream, every promise. Dorothy's lantern was bright blue. She whispered to it, "Thank you for bringing her back," before letting it rise into the night. Ozma's lantern was soft green, the color of peace and growth. It floated up last, trailing behind it a ribbon of golden light. Together they stood beneath the stars, friends, heroes, dreamers, watching the sky shimmer with hope. Ozma turned to Dorothy and whispered, "I think Oz is brighter now than it's ever been." Dorothy smiled. "It's because you're back." And somewhere far away, the wind that once carried Ozma's whisper now carried laughter, music, and light. A joyful message to every corner of the magical land. The princess has returned. Oz is whole again, and all is well. Chapter 16. Back to the Emerald City. The celebration in the Emerald City lasted well into the night. Songs echoed through the streets, paper lanterns floated like stars, and laughter bubbled up from every corner. But even joyful heroes need rest. So the next morning, as the sky blushed with golden pink light, Dorothy and her friends prepared for the final part of their journey, a gentle return to normal life through the most magical parts of Oz. But this time, there was no rush, no hurry, no heavy footsteps or worried whispers, because now Ozma was walking beside them, her magic restored, her crown polished, and her heart full of light. They passed through blooming orchards where the fruit giggled softly when picked. Dorothy took an apple that tasted like honey and cinnamon. They crossed sparkling streams that sang lullabies and kindly reminded travelers not to forget their walking sticks. The path back twisted in unexpected ways, but that was just how Oz liked it. The land seemed to be celebrating too, curling and stretching to show them its quiet wonders. In the field of velvet moss, the wind played soft music, not from any instrument, but from the grass itself. Tiny notes shimmered up from the ground like dewdrops of sound. In a grove of lilac trees, the scarecrow found a squirrel writing poems in the bark. To Ozma, one of them read, "Whose smile makes stars forget to twinkle." Even the trees were composing thank you letters. Prince Pompadour trotted with elegance and pride, carrying messages of peace from the Emerald City to every village they passed. The Tin Woodman offered polished tools and oil to friendly tinkerers. The Cowardly Lion, now quite famous, shook paws with baby animals who lined the road just to see him. And Uga the Showmaker, once hidden by shadows, walked quietly behind, helping wherever he could. He fixed a fallen signpost. He caught a bird that had tangled itself in ribbon. He even shared his magic bread with a family of hedgehogs. He didn't speak much, but he smiled, and that was new. One evening, they camped beside a lake that reflected the sky so clearly it looked like a second world. Ozma sat beside the water and watched the reflection of the moon ripple softly. Dorothy joined her and lay back in the grass. "I think Oz is happier than it's ever been," Dorothy said. Ozma nodded slowly. "Because Oz is alive. It feels everything, joy, sorrow, hope, and it listens. When we wander too far, it always finds a way to call us home." Dorothy glanced up at the stars. "I'm glad you're here again. Really here." "I am too," Ozma whispered, "and I'll never forget what you did for me." What all of you did. That night, they slept under a sky filled with shooting stars. Even the stars, it seemed, wanted to dance. And when the morning came, soft and silver, they rose once more, ready for the final walk home, no longer searching, no longer afraid, but still adventurers at heart, guided now by love and the light of everything they had saved. Chapter 17. A celebration for all. The day after Dorothy and her friends returned to the Emerald City, a soft chime rang out across the skies of Oz. Not a loud alarm or royal trumpet, just a gentle, golden bell that could be heard in every corner of the land. It meant only one thing: Ozma had returned, and a great celebration was about to begin. From the forests of the Gillikins to the wide fields of the Winkies, from the floating towns in the sky to the underground crystal caverns, everyone in Oz heard the bell and smiled. Caravans of cheerful travelers rolled into the Emerald City, talking animals wearing party hats, fluttering fairies in shimmering cloaks, farmers, bakers, magicians, tinkerers, and even living toys came bouncing down the yellow brick roads. The entire city was decorated with soft lights, streamers, and flower petals that floated through the air like confetti. The palace courtyard turned into a magical garden where long tables overflowed with cakes, pies, fruit towers, fizzy lemonade, and soft pastries shaped like stars and suns. Children rode gentle cloud horses. Musicians played harps made of moonlight and drums that sounded like happy thunder. Floating lanterns giggled when tickled. Every fountain sang a different lullaby, and in the very center of it all stood Ozma. She wore a gown of soft green and gold, her crown sparkling gently above her brow. But what shone brightest was her smile, steady, kind, and full of joy. When she stepped up to the fountain stage to speak, the entire city hushed. "My friends," she began, her voice calm and strong, "this celebration is not for me alone. It is for all of us, for every hand that helped, every heart that hoped, and every soul that chose courage over fear." She looked toward Dorothy, and Toto barked softly in agreement. "But today is also for those who have changed," Ozma continued. "For those who made mistakes, but chose a better path." There was a quiet murmur. All eyes turned to a small corner of the crowd. Uga the showmaker stood there, his robe now patched with humble stitches. He held no wand, no scroll, only a simple basket of enchanted shoelaces, now harmless and helpful. He looked nervous. Ozma smiled gently. "Forgiveness is a kind of magic too, and when we offer it we grow stronger. Uga has asked for peace, and I grant it. May we all find room in our hearts to grow." The crowd applauded softly, not a roar, but something better, a warm welcome. Uga bowed deeply, tears glimmering in his eyes. Later that evening, when the sky turned velvet and stars blinked on like fireflies, a final surprise appeared above the palace. A rainbow. But this was no ordinary rainbow. It danced in a perfect circle, surrounding the city like a loving arm. From its colors rained tiny sparkles, not cold or wet, but warm and ticklish, like the giggle of a dream. Dorothy laughed and spun in a circle, arms outstretched. The Scarecrow and Tin Woodman danced a little jig. The Cowardly Lion roared softly, then nuzzled a kitten who'd fallen asleep in his mane. Prince Pompadour recited a poem about joy, and Button Bright offered everyone enchanted gumdrops that sang opera. As the stars brightened overhead, the city slowed into a quiet hum. People found blankets and cushions beneath the trees. Children curled up beside their favorite toys. Friends leaned on one another. And from a soft hill just above the city, Dorothy looked down and whispered, "This is the kind of magic that never fades." Beside her, Ozma nodded. And the whole land of Oz, not just the city, but every mountain, river, and meadow, breathed peacefully beneath the glowing sky. Chapter 18. A peaceful night in Oz. Night had fully embraced the Emerald City. The sky above was velvet dark, scattered with stars that twinkled like they were smiling. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the soft scent of lavender, lemon blossoms, and vanilla sugar. The grand celebration had come to a close, but the happiness lingered in every corner of the land. From the tallest tower to the quietest alley, the people of Oz had gone to bed full of joy and a little pie. The lights of the city dimmed gently, not all at once, but like candles being blown out softly. One by one, a across a birthday cake that stretched from hill to hill. In the palace garden, Dorothy stood beneath a tree with silvery leaves, the same one she had sat under when she first learned Ozma was missing. Now, the tree whispered a different tune, one of peace. Tutu sat beside her, already half asleep, his head resting on her foot. The breeze played with her braids and the hem of her nightgown. Ozma stepped out beside her, wearing a robe the color of starlight. "We did it," Dorothy said, her voice barely more than a whisper. Ozma smiled. "You did it. All of you. You followed love when others might have followed fear." Dorothy blushed. "Well, we couldn't let Oz go on without you." Ozma looked up at the stars. "Oz never truly goes on without any one person, but when one of us is missing, the whole land feels it. Now it feels whole again." Tota gave a tiny snore. Ozma chuckled. "Time for bed?" she asked. Dorothy nodded. "Almost." They walked back inside the palace together, the halls glowing gently with candlelight. The walls no longer echoed with worry or whispers. Just softness, just warmth. Dorothy's room was just as she'd left it, a cozy bed with patchwork blankets, a shelf of books and a window that opened toward the east, where the sun would rise in the morning. She climbed under the covers and kissed Toto on the top of his head. He wriggled into his pillow, let out one last yawn, and drifted instantly to sleep. Just as Dorothy's eyes began to flutter shut, Ozma spoke one last time from the doorway. "Dorothy? If ever you're lost or scared or wondering which way to go, follow your heart. It always finds home." Dorothy smiled sleepily. "I will." Ozma gently closed the door, leaving only the moonlight to spill in through the window, dancing softly across the bed. And as Dorothy drifted into dreams full of magic and meadows and music, the whole land of Oz settled into the quiet peace of a night well earned. Somewhere in the forest, the trees sighed happily. Somewhere over the river, the wind sang a lullaby. And high above, the stars whispered to one another. "She is found, they are safe, and all is well." The end. Thanks for spending this quiet time with me here at Sweet Dreams Storytelling. I hope you're feeling relaxed, peaceful, and ready for a restful sleep. As we say goodnight, let the calm background music guide you gently into dreamland. Before you go, don't forget to like the video and subscribe, and until next time, rest well.